like to call this meeting to order. Village of Ridgewood, Village Council, regular public meeting. Today is August 14, 2019. The time is 8 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to the same, as provided by law, of a schedule including date and time of this meeting. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Newton. Here. Councilman Seaton.
Here.
Councilman Voigt.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
And Mayor Hache.
Here. Please stand for the flag salute. Please join us in a moment of silence in honor of the brave men and women serving in our nation's armed forces and its first responders. Thank you. I move the bills, claims, and vouchers and statements of funds on hand as of July 31st, 2019 be accepted as submitted.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move that the Village Council minutes of March 8th, April 3rd, April 24th, and July 17, 2019, having been reviewed by the Village Council and now available in the Village Clerk's office, be approved as submitted.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. We have some proclamations to be read tonight. And to start, especially we have several members of the American Legion, Post 53 here tonight. And we'll have Councilwoman Walsh read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Ridgewood's American Legion Post 53 was chartered on July 31st, 1919, with 99 members. And whereas July 4th, 1920, saw the first appearance of Ridgewood military service personnel in the annual Independence Day Parade. And whereas on May 28, 1922, in the presence of 50 Legionnaires, including several Civil War veterans, a special memorial service was held at Westside Church to honor World War I casualties. And whereas on November 9, 1924, Ridgewood's War Memorial at Memorial Park at Van Ness Square was dedicated in the presence of 5,000 people. And whereas on November 16, 1930, a permanent plaque was dedicated on the War Memorial at Memorial Park at Van Ness Square containing the names of Ridgewood's honored war dead from World War I. And whereas on November 8, 1931, Post 53 planted a George Washington memorial tree to commemorate the bicentennial of the birth of George Washington. An individual plaque honoring each World War I casualty was attached to ash trees planted in Graydon Park. And whereas in May 1965, Post 53 dedicated a permanent plaque on the War Memorial at Memorial Park at Van Ness Square containing the names of Ridgewood's honored war dead from World War II and Korea. And whereas in June 1984, Post 53 announced the selection of 4 young men to attend Boys State at Rider College. And whereas in September 2001, Post 53 was among the founders of the Military Family Assistance Program at the Teaneck Armory to assist families of deployed service members. And whereas 2 Ridgewood Vietnam casualties' names were added to the memorial at Memorial Park at Van Ness Square in 1989, with more being added in 1991. In 2004, Post 53 replaced the existing World War II Vietnam memorial plaque at Memorial Park at Van Ness Square with a new one, correctly reflecting the proper spelling of several previously misspelled names. And whereas in November 2018, Post 53 hosted the Spirit of America's Story, The Wall, a pictorial timeline reflecting America's role as a powerful player on the world stage from 1775 to present day to honor our men and women in uniform service. And whereas Post 53 has received numerous state, county, and local awards for community service, children and youth programs, service to our hospitalized veterans, public relations, and Americanism. 3 of its members have been named Legionnaire of the Year by the Bergen County American Legion. Post 53, a voice in support of patriotism and democratic values within our community, educates local students on Memorial Day, Flag Day, Veterans Day, and at Boys State while providing scholarships to graduating high school seniors. annually hosts Memorial Day and Veterans Day ceremony, places flags on the graves of all veterans at Vallow Cemetery, honors Blue Star families and Gold Star families, visits disabled veterans and grieving service families. Now therefore be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim August 14th, 2019 as the 100th anniversary of the Charter of American Legion Post 53 in honor of its mission as a patriotic veterans organization devoted to mutual helpfulness. Be it further resolved, as we counted on the members of American Legion Post 53 during their time of military service to protect our freedoms, we count on them now during their time of community service to teach and demonstrate these freedoms to others. The Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood is deeply grateful for our neighbors in American Legion Post 53 who served our country and sincerely hopes that they will continue to serve our community.
Thank you. I will ask my fellow council colleagues to please join me on the floor. So it is truly an honor to have the members of the American Legion Post 53 here tonight, and we're very grateful for them. We're very grateful for their service to this country and for the work that they do now to ensure that their fellow soldiers, that their valiant heroes and those who are still with us today, the veterans, are treated with respect and the dignity that they so selflessly earned and deserve. And we appreciate all the work, and we also enjoy the work of Commander Paola. He's the best MC in town, let me tell you. Throws a good party. But we are forever indebted to you for all that you do, and we appreciate you so much, and we just want to give you a small token with this proclamation for all your work. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Have answered the call before, so we're going to ask you to please come up. Sure, please.
Thank you for the village for this proclamation. You can be assured that the American Legion will continue to aid all our veterans in need, continue to give them the benefits that they deserve, and hopefully we'll be around in another 100 years. I won't be here, but someone will carry on. In the meantime, Ray, Mayor Hash, I want to introduce Ray Stitz. He's one of our American Legion County Commanders, and he wants to present you with.
I'd like to present you with the 100th anniversary coin. This side is the Great Seal of Bergen County, New Jersey, and the 100th anniversary. On the reverse side is all the 100-year posts, which Ridgewood is one, and we're in good health.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job with the proclamation. That was a long one.
That's kind of useful. I think that's the longest one.
We're still reading proclamations, okay.
Okay, we have some more proclamations to be read. The next one is Drive Sober, Get Pulled Over. Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas approximately one-third of all traffic crash fatalities in the United States involve drunk driving with blood alcohol concentrations, BACs, of 0.08 or higher. In 2017, there were 10,874 people killed in drunk driving crashes. In fatal crashes during the month of August over the 5-year period of 2013 to 2017, almost 10% of the drunk drivers involved with a BAC of 0.08 or higher had one or more previous convictions for drunk driving. To put it in perspective, that's equal to about 20 jumbo jets crashing with no survivors. And whereas in 2017, almost 1 in 5 children 14 and younger killed in traffic crashes were killed in drunk driving crashes. 54% of the time, it was the child's own driver who was drunk. And whereas it is illegal to drive with a BAC of 0.08 or higher in all 50 states and the District of Columbia, no exceptions. And whereas despite the fact that it's illegal to drive with a BAC of 0.08 or higher, one person is killed every 48 minutes by a drunk driver on our nation's roads. And whereas during the 2017 Labor Day holiday, 36% of fatalities in traffic crashes involved a drunk driver, which is one of the lowest percentages over the 5-year period from 2013 to 2017. And whereas in 2017, motorcycle riders involved, killed and survived in fatal crashes had higher percentages of alcohol impairment than any other type of motor vehicle driver. 27% for motorcycle riders, 21% for passenger cars, 20% for light truck drivers, and 3% for drivers of large trucks. And whereas an increase in impaired driving enforcement and a reduction in impairment driving will save lives on our roadways. Now therefore be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood pledges to increase awareness for the dangers of drunk driving through their support of the Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over 2019 enforcement campaign, August 14th through September 2nd, 2019, in the Village of Ridgewood, and ask that all residents join together in supporting this initiative.
Thank you. Next, Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. Councilman Voigt.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas ovarian cancer is called a silent killer because its symptoms are often vague or subtle, making ovarian cancer a leading cause of cancer death among women and the leading cause of gynecological cancer death in the United States. And whereas more than 20,000 women in the United States are diagnosed in the early stages of the disease and approximately 15,000 women die from it each year. Whereas the Kaleidoscope of Hope Foundation, KOH, a local nonprofit group founded by Gail McNeil of Chatham Township, who was inspired by her own experiences, raises funds for ovarian cancer research and increases awareness of the disease and its symptoms, and wishes to remind the public that September is Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. And whereas KOH has partnered with the National Ovarian Cancer Coalition to support the Turn the Towns Teal campaign, and whereas there is no early detection test for ovarian cancer, which is why the Turn the Towns Teal campaign is so very critical in promoting awareness of the symptoms of ovarian cancer, fighting the disease, and supporting the women who bravely carry on the fight. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood calls upon citizens to raise ovarian cancer awareness, which will help Americans live longer, healthier lives, and hereby proclaim September 2019 as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, as we rededicate ourselves to the pursuit of new and better ways to prevent, detect, and treat this devastating disease.
Thank you. Next is National Preparedness Month. Whereas National Preparedness Month creates an important opportunity for every resident of the Village of Ridgewood to prepare their homes, businesses, schools, institutions of higher learning, houses of worship, and community-based organizations for any type of emergency. including natural disasters and potential terrorist attacks. And whereas investing in preparedness can reduce fatalities and economic devastation in our communities and in our nation, whether the emergency is large-scale or a smaller local event. And whereas National Preparedness Month is a part of a governmental effort to have federal, state, local, tribal, territorial, private, and volunteer agencies working to increase public activities in preparing for emergencies and to educate individuals on how to take action. And whereas emergency preparedness is a personal responsibility and every resident of the Village of Ridgewood is urged to make preparedness a priority. And whereas the 2019 National Preparedness Month theme, Prepared, Not Scared, Be Ready for Disasters, encourages residents to take time to learn life-saving skills such as CPR and first aid, check their insurance policies for hazards such as flooding, and consider the costs associated with disasters and save for an emergency. And whereas disaster preparedness response and recovery requires the efforts of the entire village. Now therefore be resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood, Bergen County, New Jersey hereby proclaims September 2019 as National Preparedness Month and encourages all residents and businesses to prepare now for future emergencies and to work together to create a better prepared community. And we'll move on to comments from the public, not to exceed 3 minutes per person.
I don't think the mic's on. Little light there.
Oh, okay, better? Okay. Jane Chernazuka, 825 Norgate Drive. I was not able to make the meeting last week, but I watched it on the feed. And I watched as you discussed, as it relates to Shedler. I understand that the bids came in differently, and it involves a lot more money than you thought, and you have it divided into phases, but just as somebody who's been following this for a lot of years, I wondered, can you, with the grant money you already have, with the money that's there already, can you prioritize at least and maybe remove the asbestos and put a roof on it right away so that we can get through the winter so it doesn't deteriorate even more? Because, I understand that there's a question of more, costs being higher than you've originally expected. But I wonder, just like any of us who fix our homes, can you maybe get other bids? It might take time, like look for other contractors, somebody who could be more reasonably priced. But if that's the case, if we had the roof secured and the asbestos out of there, time wouldn't be such a pressing factor. So, that's my 2 cents after all this time. But I think it's worth doing, and I think it's worth taking that kind of a step and seeing maybe how you can finagle things later to make it still happen rather than, I'm afraid you're going to take a vote and, I don't even know, but if we could just sort of hold back on it, right, so just get the most important, the most pressing problems that would get it through the winter at least, so that you could at least continue to explore your options. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Good evening. Tony
evening.
Damiano, 274 South Broad Street. I have to say the tree wells are looking much better in town. My personal tree well, I always view it as an extension of my store. So thank you for that. And I think, the businesses are getting into it now. There are a lot of common areas that do need attention, though. A lot of the fire plugs, telephone poles, etc. If the village can clean those up, that would be great. Also, planting of new trees. And there are a lot of old stumps remaining in the tree wells that really need to be taken care of. So, if we can address that, that would be terrific. The 125th anniversary, the Ridgewood Guild is doing its best to promote it. A wonderful logo. I've announced it at our Movies in the Park. We plan to enforce it big time at our September 8th Music Fest, including putting the banners on stage. So if we can do anything else, I know Ramon and I met with Joan Groom, please let me know, because the year is half over and we need to get on that. I am a proud member of HPC. And at the last meeting, we had an applicant propose painting their building orange. And I know, Susan, you were in favor of this, as were a couple of other members. But, you know, our purview is to see that the streetscape and landscape remain in a continuous flow. The avenue is lined with Tudors and Victorians and old buildings, and I just feel that was so wrong. All the detail in the building is gone. To me, it looks like an orange primer. And I think that is our purview, to protect the landscape and streetscape. And I think we really went in the wrong direction. And frankly, I don't know if anything could be done about it. People are already commenting on it. So I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Denise Lima, 319 East Glen Ave. A few things. One, thank you for the ovarian cancer. September, going on 6 years. Love telling the story. You can survive. I sent a letter about the 2 parking spaces that I was not in favor of removing them. I think you sent them. I have a current concern with buses in town. You probably heard this, but I just feel like it's ramping up. They're speeding, they're crossing the yellow lines, they're cutting the corners to make their turns, they're rolling through stop signs, all of the above, and I think it's going to get worse with the developments and more people that are going to be using buses, and it's probably something, you know, we might want to just look into sooner rather than later. The 125 anniversary, we're looking forward to what's going to be unique and how we're all 25,000 residents going to celebrate this. There might be some confusion on the 501c, and is it village, is it residents, who's leading it, what is it? If you have time, if you can answer and maybe clarify, that would be great. I echo with being a historical kind of SME as I try to be. Orange is not in the Benjamin Moore color scheme for historical. It's not in the colonial aspect. I don't know where we're getting orange from, but I would probably vote no for that as well. But primarily in regards to Shedler, I want to make sure that we're here together to try and figure out how we protect and preserve the land. And in all of my investigations and working with the New Jersey Historical Society and the Princeton University, and been spending a lot of time, you have to remember that, you know, in Washington's letters, in Erskine's maps, in military journals, and Ackerman's diaries and Lafayette's, you know, notes, in 1776, the troops came over, you know, Waramus Road down to Zabriskie Mill. They did that through Paramus and through Shedler. 800 troops were encamped around the Paramus Church, which included the Shedler property. In 1780, there was 400 British Haitians that burnt down the courthouse and then traveled through Paramus and the Paramus Church. George Washington and his troops came through to go to the Hermitage. They had to stop at Paramus. They came through Glen Ave. There's so much history in that section in the corner, which is what I love because that's where I live as well. That we can't disregard it, and we have to do what we have to try and preserve the house that's there. The archaeological digs and what we might find there, who knows? I echo, you know, can we schedule, can we phase it, can we get residents together to try and raise more money to help out? You know, what can we do before you say no and demolish the house? So I just urge everybody to really look at it closely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Peggy Norris, Elmwood Park, New Jersey. I am one of the historians for Ridgewood appointed by the council, so I am your servant, but I don't know if you like what I want to say. I want to speak about the Zabriskie Shedler house, but some housekeeping first. I drove by. The window vents have been boarded up on 2 sides of the house, so the house is only vented on one side, which is not enough to provide adequate ventilation in the building. The roof tarp is torn around the chimney, and that's the area that has historically had leaking problems. So unless you vote to demolish the building tonight, it would be a good idea for somebody to address those relatively simple maintenance issues, particularly the vents. I mean, the tarp you probably have to get somebody to do, but they do need attention. And the house is historic. It was recognized as such by the State Historic Preservation Office at its meeting last spring. It tells our story, a story of our journey from farm to suburb. Imagine what Ridgewood would be like without these other buildings that tell part of our story. The stable, Graydon Pool, the railroad station, Pease Library, the iconic buildings with the towers at the corner of Broad and Ridgewood, Van Nest Park at Memorial Square. It's actually Memorial Park at Van Nest Square, and the War Memorial, the historic downtown buildings, and the building we're in, Village Hall. All of these things and more give life and texture to our community that would be bland without them. And several of them were highly controversial, just as controversial as the Zabriskie-Shedler House is today, particularly the Village Hall and the stable. And there were councils and other leaders in our community who could see that those buildings would serve a function and be able to take a place in the community that had meaning and was able to continue. The Village Hall was purchased, I didn't look up the date, but help, 30s, I mean 26, something like that. It was a long time ago. And we've added to it, but we're still using it. And it's iconic. I mean, you know when you're at Village Hall. These things give life and texture to our community, which would be bland without them. We don't want to be bland. And they've been supported, I mentioned both private and public buildings, and both private and public buildings have been supported with private and public money. The Zabriskie-Shedler House is one more treasure to add to these. The decision about whether it should be added to this list really has already been made by previous councils. To reverse that decision and tear down the house is itself an expensive proposition.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Joseph Licky, 115th Avenue, Elmwood Park. I'm also co-historian for the Village of Ridgewood, and at this time I'm also chairman of the Historic Preservation Commission. I have letters from the two previous chairmen of the Historic Preservation Commission from 2013 from Art Rubel, 2016 from Vince Perillo. Vince just reaffirming what Art had written and the Historic Preservation Commission had discussed. As Tony mentioned, we discussed other things again. We've discussed it again, that we were in favor of a combination of saving the house and passive recreation, and that this could be done. And by the way, the Elks Club opened New Year's Eve in 1928 so that they could celebrate the New Year, and then moved in shortly thereafter in 29. And I believe the village bought it about 58, sometime in the 50s. So we hope you would go ahead. March 14th, we were down in Trenton for the SHPO meeting, which approved the putting the Zabriskie-Shedler House on the state register and sending the application on to national for the national registration.
Thank you.
Phil Dolce,
Good
625
evening.
Kingsbridge Lane. I'm a resident of the village for over 40 years. In the 1970s, when the stable came up for review, village officials deemed it unworthy and demanded it be taken down, since it had no use. Instead, the village saved the stable, which is now a valuable resource. In the 1980s, the village decided to purchase Habernacle property despite the Great Recession. Residents of the West Side pledged to raise up to $500,000 to establish Habernacle Park. Despite the fact that those residents did not raise this money, the village took on this huge extra expense and completed the park. These are heroic stories of former village leaders taking responsibility despite economic conditions and roadblocks. In other words, they were stewards of the people. However, these stories of courage and leadership come to an end when we deal with the Shedler house. The house is over 200 years old and was continuously occupied for all but 2 years before the village purchased it. It was in livable condition, and at the time that the village purchased it over 10 years ago, restoration would have been insignificant. Instead, certain village leaders decided to allow the house to decay over a 10-year period. Not 1 year, but 10 years. Local residents on the east side tried to ameliorate the situation by donating over $10,000 to put tarps on the roof, meetings with officials, and did everything in their power to make the village do the right thing and save the house. The Ridgewood Historical Preservation Committee and the State Preservation Committee agreed that the house had great historic value and could be used in the same way as the stable for community meetings and for historic education. The deliberate deterioration of the house would have been a crime if committed by any citizen in Ridgewood. Any citizen in Ridgewood who allowed a house to decay that way, that would have been a crime, but not for the village. Instead, this deliberate act by the village officials became acceptable. Now these former village officials wait for you to finish their atrocious act by condemning the house because of the costs they deliberately engendered. The residents of the East Side ask you instead to rise to the occasion and act in a way that the village officials did with the stable and Habernacle Park. In other words, to be stewards of the people. Or at least wait until village residents come back home and add their voice to the cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Ann Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I just wanted to say something about colorful buildings in the downtown and whether or not that fits in with historic preservation. A couple things. First of all, there's a number of stores in town or buildings in town that have color. For example, Lisa's Mediterranean Kitchen, of course, Race Faster, Tito's, Tabla, the Banta House, Jekyll and Hyde. Arthur Groom has a bright red. Jekyll and Hyde, I think, is dark green. But regardless of that, I think it is a mistake for us to assume that historic has to be bland, dull colors. Recently, I have traveled to both Lisbon and Barcelona, which are way older than Ridgewood's 125 years, and the buildings are unbelievably colorful. Every building in the downtowns are pastels and brights, and it's just spectacular. Bermuda, Front Street in Bermuda. Bermuda was founded, I think, in the 1600s. Every building is colorful. I don't see where color has to be associated with not being historic. It's just a misnomer. And I also think it's very sad if we do anything that's not supportive of the businesses in town. If Race Faster wants to be orange and it's eye-catching, which I happen to think it looks great, and the detail is still there, you can see the shadows on the molding and whatnot, I don't see a problem with that, and I totally support these colors. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, nobody else? We'll close public comments, but I just want to address, there were some questions that were brought up. I'll go first to the discussion that we had last meeting about the Zabriskie-Shetler house. There was, and I think the term that was used, that we're stewards. We are stewards of the entire community. And I think that anybody here could agree that if somebody showed up, if this is a personal project, a renovation on your home, and the GC shows up and says, hey, by the way, you thought it was going to be $700,000, now it's 1.1, 1.2, you're going to have questions for that person. And I think as stewards, we owe it to our residents to do that kind of diligence. So the first question is how? How do we get there? And that's really the bulk of the questions that were asked. How do you go from $700,000 to what's being bid now? And unfortunately, the answers that were provided to us were not sufficient, and there was some backpedaling going on. I was not satisfied with the way those questions were answered. So now you have to say, well, look, as stewards, do we have to then explore what are the possibilities? Can we actually have a decrease in any way in the cost of the project? Whether yes or no, but you have to find out. Are there any other realistic options? Do you have to go with a particular vendor? Is that the only game in town? Do you have other options on who you can go to for the project? So those are all good questions. I think it would have been a hasty decision to enter into a vote if the members of the council are not comfortable with the information that's in front of them. I think we owe our residents diligence, not expedience. So I think that was somehow interpreted as, I think someone said that the House, if there's a vote to demolish the House tonight, there's no such vote. The vote is still whether or not we're going to award the contract to move forward with the project. But I would rather ask many questions and delay a process, even if by a week, if we can at least feel more comfortable in how we decide on how to move forward with the project. So I don't want anybody to infer that was somehow the decision was made already without a vote being passed. There was a question about the Ridgewood Community Foundation. The Deputy Mayor's going to address that in her council reports. We do have some good news and more information to share with the public. And there was I think that was it. Okay. Nothing else. So we'll be moving on.
Manager's report.
Manager's report.
The next village council meetings will take place on Wednesday, September 4th at 7:30 p.m. for a work session, and then September 11th for the public meeting at 8 p.m. I want to remind all residents that the Hudson Street parking lot will be closing next Monday, August 19th, through approximately June 2020 due to the construction of the new parking garage. Hudson Street will continue to be open to one-way traffic. On Saturday, September 7th at 9 a.m., everyone is invited to attend the groundbreaking ceremony for the Hudson Street parking garage. Also important, this Monday, August 19th as well, the entire Cottage Place parking lot will be milled and paved. We will have a staff member available on site to provide any assistance that may be necessary. I want to mention last week we had a discussion about Ford Escape and floor mats and how much they cost. I do want to confirm that the floor mats and cargo mats were actually $215. The $1,571 difference was between the 2019 and 2020 model years for the Ford Escapes, and we're actually paying the same price for the water department Ford Escapes as well as the police department. The only difference is that $215 for the floor and cargo mats for the water department vehicles. The Bergen County Utilities Authority sponsors free recycling events throughout the year. This Saturday, August 17th, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Bergen Community College. They will collect old tires, electronics and computers, and mobile paper shredding. This event is rain or shine and requires proof of residency. Summertime Restaurant Week is sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce. It's being held this week through tomorrow, and then the 18th to the 22nd, so next week as well. Special prefix dinner menus will be available for $30.19. There are many restaurants as well as other participating establishments. A list of participating establishments can now be found on www.ridgewoodchamber.com. Graden Pool, we are in our late season hours. Hours are weekdays 12 noon to 7:30 p.m., weekends and holidays 10 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Graden Pool closes for the season on Labor Day, September 2nd. Thank you to the Vibrant Cashwell Shell Committee for putting on great musical programming again this summer. It's a great team, and they provide so much musical enjoyment for our community. The Ridgewood Guild provides free movies under the stars on Wednesday nights, twice a month in July and August. The last movie showing this summer will be E.T. on August 21st. Bring a chair or blanket and enjoy the free show. The Chamber of Commerce annual car show around Memorial Park at Van Ness Square It goes up and down East Ridgewood Avenue as well. Friday, September 6th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. This year, there will be some large and unique vehicles from the Village of Ridgewood departments on display and for inspection. There is no rain date. Trophies are awarded at 8:30 p.m. with lots of categories, music, and entertainment, so bring the family. It's a great event. Farmers Market is open every Sunday through October 27th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the parking lot on the west side of the train station. It's truly a small-fashioned farmers market. You can come and meet the farmers who grow and sell the food. We have jams, we have Pickalicious, Bounty Bakery, and organic bread. Please join us as we celebrate these real farmers, and this is brought to us by the Chamber of Commerce. Looking ahead, the Mayor's Wellness Festival is slated for Sunday, September 22nd, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Memorial Park at Venice Square. All local health, medical, fitness, and wellness service providers are invited to participate. Please contact our health department for further details. I also do want to remind everyone that Village Hall and all village departments are closed on September 2nd in observance of Labor Day.
All right, thank you. Move on to council reports. Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, August is a very slow month for committees, and that's my report. I don't have anything. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so just trying to get my information here. So in response to first the Ridgewood community, I actually have nothing from committees, but I'm just going to speak to the Ridgewood Community Foundation. The Ridgewood Community Foundation is a community development organization intended to build a stronger neighborhood or community through the support and development of Ridgewood community projects and events. The mission is to promote the involvement of all persons in the events to cultivate a vibrant community. And so we're really excited at this opportunity that the Ridgewood Community Foundation has been organized as a 501c3 with the board of directors. Scott Cavalnugo is the president. Ron Chalemi and Dina Allegre are also serving on the board of directors. So we're excited about this opportunity and look forward to all that they'll bring to the community. So we're blessed that they have organized this. As far as the Zabriskie Shedler House, I do want to make this, just trying to pull it up here. As luck would have it, we don't know what the evening will bring, but at 4:22 p.m. this afternoon, we were notified by SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office. This message is to inform you that the A.L. Zabriskie House, located at 460 West Saddle River Road, was listed in the New Jersey Register of Historic Places today, August 14th, 2019. Congratulations on the accomplishment of this milestone. Bob Craig, Registration Program Supervisor, New Jersey Historic Preservation Office, Trenton, New Jersey. So I just want to say, as I said, who knows what tonight will bring, but to all the people who worked so hard, and Peggy Norris, Joe Saplicki, Ellie Gruber, Phil Dolce, Isabella Altano, who we miss terribly every day, the Historic Preservation Commission, who so many years ago had the foresight to add the Zabriskie House into the historic element of the village master plan document. And I think this is a really incredible moment and an outstanding moment. And just something that I honestly didn't know, which was recently brought to my attention, that house is actually the oldest structure in the village of Ridgewood. So if we talk about the history, the landscape, the fabric of our community, where we were, farming, suburban, where we go, we know that when we look back at this house, that this is the oldest building in the village of Ridgewood, the oldest home in the village of Ridgewood, and it really truly does define us. And thank you for everyone. And if I missed anyone, apologies, but that's the news, big news for today.
Thank you. Councilman Walsh.
I don't think it's the oldest house. Owned by the village.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Oldest house owned by the
Owned by the
village
village.
inventory. Sorry about that.
We don't know.
Thank you.
So library takes off their meeting date for the month of August, but Obviously, the library is open, great place to bring the kids on a rainy day, great place to go get a book for all the people that are going to the beach or to Graydon. So, library is open, everybody make sure you use it. And then Heather got all of my chamber notes. So it is light.
Thank you. Councilman Voigt.
Thank you, Mayor. Citizen Safety met this past July 18th. Three items for consideration. First, the blinking speed sign installation on North Walnut is likely to take place in September, I've heard. Is that correct, Heather? Yeah, good. Okay. There was consideration for putting a middle two-way left turn lane along Franklin Ave, but the county has said no to that, so just make sure you're aware of that.
This is the one by Starbucks? In front, by
well,
Ben & Jerry's?
It's from my understanding is from Stop and Shop all the way.
All the way through.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. They had said no. Is that?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then there was a request for us looking at a crosswalk at Heights, which is across West Glen, for children walking to Willard. Once you put the crosswalk all the way up, there's likely to be foot traffic along that way, and if we can start thinking about that, especially at that blinking light, that yellow blinking light, we can look in that. That would be great. So, that's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to counterbalance the light with the heavy. So I will read, have some notes here. This is regarding the water rate lawsuit. As most people know, we've been involved in what we believed has been senseless litigation for the past 7 years now with the towns of Wyckoff, Glen Rock, and Midland Park over water rate increases. Very recently, the trial decision was upheld by the appellate division. The trial court decision was appealed by the other towns. We were satisfied with it, as we are with the appellate division decision upholding it. Last week, the Record published an article that the towns won the case. And we understand that this is a complicated case, and the court decisions are complicated. But the towns did not win. We didn't appeal the trial court decision, they did. And we can all agree that we probably won't appeal cases that we win, would we? But the towns did not win, and we do not intend to appeal the appellate division decision either. There are a few things that you should know about the findings made by both the trial court and the appellate division. Number one, both courts found that the town's damage expert, whose theory of damages was presented and the towns relied upon, was not qualified to render any such opinion about damages. So the towns were relying on someone who wasn't qualified. Also, although there were inappropriate allocations of municipal fees into the water rate budget, the court ordered Ridgewood to conduct a rate study to establish the rates necessary for the years in question by a separate qualified expert. And we did. We did this in late spring, early summer last year. The expert, Howard Woods, who was thought to be the best qualified person to conduct rate studies for the water utilities in New Jersey and throughout the Northeast, opined that the rate increases made by Ridgewood Water were justified and could have even been increased more. Howard Woods' rate study may get reviewed by the trial court. Ridgewood Water will continue to operate its service of providing potable water to its ratepayers at one of the lowest water rates in the geographic area. And both courts also denied the town's application to have Ridgewood pay their attorney's fees. Just want to make sure that we clarify. I know there was a lot of confusion because of the article last week. And that's all I have.
Okay, Ridgewood Water has no ordinances. Under resolutions for Ridgewood Water, the following resolution, number 19-253, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. It will be read by title only. Award contract under Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Program 2024 to SCAPE.
So moved.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3729.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3729 by title?
A bond ordinance providing for the acquisition of sport utility vehicles with accessories for the parking utility in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $57,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $57,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance the cost thereof.
I move that ordinance 3729 be adopted on first reading and that September 4th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3732.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3732 by title?
A bond ordinance providing for the acquisition of vehicles in and by the village of Ridgewood in the county of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $79,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of 75,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance part of the costs thereof.
I move that ordinance 3732 be adopted on first reading and that September 4th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3733.
Have a second.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3733 by title?
A bond ordinance reappropriating $611,081.95, including $593,892.95 of proceeds of obligations not needed for their original purposes, and $17,189 from the Capital Improvement Fund in order to provide for the acquisition of a Scarab Windrow Turner in and by the village of Ridgewood in the county of Bergen, New Jersey.
I move that ordinance 3733 be adopted on first reading and that September 4th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3734.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3734 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic, at Section 265-42, Reserved Parking Spaces.
I move that ordinance 3734 be adopted on first reading and that September 4th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3735.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3735 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic, at Section 265-69, Time Limit Parking.
I move that ordinance 3735 be adopted on first reading and that September 11th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3736.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3736 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Fees, at Section 145-6, Fees related to code chapters.
I move that ordinance 3736 be adopted on first reading and that September 11th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3737.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3737 by title?
An ordinance to amend salary ordinance 3608, fixing the salaries, wages, and other compensation for white-collar employees, and to amend salary ordinance 3607, fixing salary, wages, and other of and for the blue-collar employees, and to amend salary ordinance 3618, fixing salaries, wages, and other compensation of and for the supervisory employees, and to amend salary ordinance 3679, fixing salaries, wages, and other compensation, and to establish the employee agreement of certain non-union officers and employees, and to amend salary ordinance 3680, fixing salaries, wages, and other compensation, and to establish the employee agreement of certain non-union employees of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, and State of New Jersey.
I move that ordinance 3737 be adopted on first reading and that September 11th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3738.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. With the clerk please read ordinance 3738 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 212 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Section 212, Parks and Recreation Areas, Article 7, Rules and Regulations, Section 212-27, Tennis Courts.
I move that ordinance 3738 be adopted on first reading and that September 11th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3740.
39.
3739, sorry.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. With the clerk please read ordinance 3739 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 18 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood Environmental Advisory Committee at Section 18-1, Establishment, Section 18-4, Composition, and Section 18-5, Educational Opportunities, Membership and State Association.
I move that ordinance 3739 be adopted on first reading and that September 11, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3740.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. With the clerk please read ordinance 3740 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 18 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood Green Team at Section 26-1, Establishment, Section 26-2, Purpose, and Section 26-3, Membership.
I move that ordinance 3740 be adopted on first reading and that September 11, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3741.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. With the clerk please read ordinance 3741 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 122E, entitled Signs in the B1, B2, and C districts, to create a new subsection 190-122E7, entitled Window Signs, a new subsection 190-122E8, entitled Window Displays, and amend Section 190-3, entitled Definitions as it pertains to sign, and create new definitions in Section 190-3 for window area, window sign, and window display.
I move that ordinance 3741 be adopted on first reading and that September 11th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3742.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. With the clerk please read ordinance 3742 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 154 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Flood Damage Prevention.
I move that ordinance 3742 be adopted on first reading and that September 11th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
3743 has been removed from the agenda.
I move the first reading of ordinance 3744.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. With the clerk please read ordinance 3744 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-29, Parking Meter Zone Designated.
I move that ordinance 3744 be adopted on first reading and that September 4th, 2019 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3745.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Voigt. Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. So ordered. With the clerk please read ordinance 3745 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-72, Schedule 22, Loading Zones.
I move that ordinance 3745 be adopted on first reading and that September 11, 2019 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3730 by title on second reading that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3730?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Land Use and Development, to remove references to Chapter 251 swimming pools.
Ordinance 3730 was not published in full due to the newspaper's error. Therefore, the public hearing will be continued. The public hearing was advertised for this evening without the ordinance itself being published, so anyone wishing to speak on this ordinance may do so at this time. The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing on ordinance 3730 be continued to September 11, 2019.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
I move the clerk read ordinance 3731 by title on second reading and that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Recused.
Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3731?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Land Use and Development, and Section 190-122, signs.
The Planning Board reviewed this ordinance and recommended that it be amended to include wording from Chapter 190-119E of the Village Code, visual or physical obstructions. This is a substantive change to the ordinance, so ordinance 3731 will be defeated this evening. The public hearing for ordinance 3731 was advertised for this evening, so anyone wishing to comment on the ordinance in its present form may do so at this time. The public hearing is now open.
Good evening, Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I'd just like to clarify, this was another ordinance that was not advertised in full. Will this ordinance also be continued to, the public hearing be continued to September
No, this
11th?
is being defeated.
This is being defeated, okay.
Correct.
Is it intended that this ordinance that's being defeated tonight is going to be replaced by another ordinance which will be introduced at another time?
That would be correct.
Okay. I am concerned with this ordinance as it was written, and it sounds like I'm also going to be concerned with the ordinance that you're proposing. I had spoken to a real estate agent in town who I will not name, but someone who was apparently consulted about the preparation of this ordinance, and that person encouraged wording be added to the ordinance about the time that the signs could be put out and the time that the signs needed to be removed, and also apparently indicated that there should be substantive penalties associated with the failure to comply with the time that the signs were put out and removed. My concern is that people are going to, real estate agents are going to put these signs out a day in advance, and there's no need for that. The real estate agent I was speaking to said there are some communities, he named Harvey Cedars, that you can put them out 1 hour before the open house starts, and you need to take them up 1 hour after the open house ends. I think that we need that kind of direction in Ridgewood, because I think if you don't have direction, these signs are going to go out very early in the morning, and they're going to stay out. Some real estate agents are going to forget to pick them up, and they're going to stay out way past the time that the open house closes. So my suggestion is that in addition to the language that you're going to put in about there can be no visual obstruction, that you put some language in about the time that these signs can be put out and when they need to be removed. As I mentioned during the work session where this was discussed, quite frankly, I'm against this. I don't know why we need more real estate signs. Right now, if you have a real estate sign in front of your house, there's a little thing on the top that you can put that says it's an open house. You can remove it. You can put for sale, under contract. Apparently, that's all covered by the sign ordinance now. I don't know why a second sign needs to be on the property. I just don't understand what this is all about. If you're driving down the street, why 2 signs is better than 1? If you've got a sign that says open house, why do you need another sign that says open house? If you are insisting upon letting the real estate agents put 2 signs out, I do think that you need to establish those restrictions with respect to the time that the signs can be put out prior to the open house, how early they can be put out prior to the open house, when they need to be removed, and establishing substantive penalties if that is not complied with, because otherwise I think this is going to be absolutely out of control. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache is recused.
I move that ordinance 3731 be defeated.
Second.
So a yes vote is to defeat. Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache is recused. Okay. Hold on one sec. The following resolutions, numbered 19-254 through 19-276, with the exception of resolution number 19-268, which will be considered separately and read in full, are to be adopted by a consent agenda with 1 vote by the village council. They will be read by title only. Title 59, approval, leaf collection service. Award contract, leaf collection services. Award contract under state contract, carpeting for various offices in Village Hall. Award contract under state contract to Chevrolet Tahoe's Police Department. Award contract under state contract, mobile radios for police vehicles. Award contract furnishing and delivering emergency lights, warning lights, sirens, and other equipment for police vehicles. Award contract under state contract, Panasonic Toughbooks Police Department. Award contract under state contract, server upgrade. Award contract under state contract, printer upgrades and replacements. Award contract under state contract, ruggedized network switches. Award contract under state contract, Aruba switches and network upgrades. Award contract under state contract, Wi-Fi access points. Award contract under state contract, renewal of spatial data logic software. Award professional services contract, professional planning consultant, Green Acres Diversion. Authorized shared services agreement, municipal court administrator and deputy municipal court administrator. Authorized shared services agreement, floodplain protection planning services with Bergen County. Approved submission of NJDOT grant application and authorized execution of grant agreement, South Broad Street resurfacing. Authorized major soil moving permit, Hudson Street parking lot. Authorized execution of agreement for parking space at Ridgewood train station for concession stand operator / social service association. Declare property surplus police department vehicles. Declare property surplus streets department paving box. And cancel general capital ordinance balances. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Second.
Newton.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Hache.
Yes.
19-268. Whereas the Village of Ridgewood received 3 bids for train station parking expansion and Engine 31 driveway in the Village of Ridgewood. On Tuesday, November 20th, 2018 at 9 a.m. And whereas the award of the work of train station parking expansion in the Village of Ridgewood inclusive be and was hereby awarded to the lowest responsible bidder, OnQ Technologies, Inc., 297-146, Kinderkamak Road, Suite 101, Oradell, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $290,943.50 through resolution number 18-387. And whereas the Village of Ridgewood desires to utilize this contractor for the additional milling and paving work at the train station, as well as the additional improvements related to the Garber Square traffic signal and Hudson Street garage as a change order to their original contract. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village of Ridgewood be and hereby awards the additional work of change order number 1 to OnQ Technologies, Inc., 297-146, Kinderkamak Road, Suite 101, Oradell, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $64,361.95. And be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer has certified that funds are available in account number P-27-55-568-01Z. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voight?
I've been concerned since this has happened that we've removed 15 healthy trees and removed a pocket park, so my vote's no.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes.
Okay. Before we vote on the Title 59 and the award of the contract for the renovation, rehabilitation of the Zabriskie Shedler House, I just wanted to mention that today we received additional information from Connolly and Hickey, who are the historic architects, about the Zabriskie Shedler House. In speaking with Connolly and Hickey, the following additional information was given to me regarding the increase in price for the Zabriskie Shedler House. The labor costs have increased significantly. Some of this is due to the increase in minimum wage. Some of this is due to the scarcity of HVAC and electrical trade contractors. In fact, the electrical subcontractors would not give their prices to the contractors until one day before the bid because the labor costs can change day to day. In the last 2 years, prices for materials have increased from 8% to 40%. Windows have increased 8% per year over the last 2 years for an increase of 16%. Copper costs have increased, which increases plumbing costs. The contractors add to their overhead and profits to take into account the changing prices for labor and materials. They indicated that last week when Tom Connolly was here, he said they can't see through walls and there may be issues with that they don't foresee. We were told today that Connolly and Hickey put allowances into their project costs to minimize any change orders. There is an additional percentage added onto the drawings. They have left almost nothing to chance on the drawings. Obviously, this can't guarantee there will be no change orders, but they will be very few, if at all. If we were to award projects A and C, we would bid out project B again. Prior to the bid, Connolly and Hickey would review the prior estimates and update them as needed. They would also use the updated estimate to determine the amount of the grant that we should apply for through Bergen County Historic Trust. So, with that being said, let me read the resolution. Be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the plans and specifications specifically entitled Rebid Exterior and Interior Rehabilitation Zabriskie Shedler House, 460 West Saddle River Road, prepared by the Village of Ridgewood Department of Public Works, Engineering Division, and Connolly and Hickey Historical Architects, be and is hereby approved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood. This resolution is adopted pursuant to the authority of NJSA 59:4-6. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voight?
I'm certainly for the renovation of the house. My concern is that it's being borne on the backs of our citizens, and my concern is that the initial cost was $785,000. I'm looking at a memo from Bob Rooney today where the cost now is projected to be $1.46 million, which is double the cost. We were in it initially for $390,000. If I add the costs up, we are now in it for close to $900,000, which is a little over 2 times what we initially anticipated paying for it. So I'm deeply concerned about that. I'm concerned about the fact that we don't have any plan at all to kind of figure out how we're going to use the house from a revenue-producing standpoint. We certainly have a wish list, but we don't have a plan. So based on that, my vote is no.
Walsh?
So I'm going to make a couple of comments as well. And I'm going to make some comments first about the last meeting that we had. So I think everybody in the village would appreciate from us and appreciates that we have a robust discussion when we're spending $500,000 with the sign of a pen. So, my questions at the last meeting were specific to, I understand we have a low bidder, but the low bidders' line items changed with the other bidders dramatically, in my opinion. Many of you know I'm in property valuation. I taught it at Bergen Community for 10 years. I do have a handle on costs, construction costs. I've done renovations to my own home. I've been in the Shedler house many times. It was one of the first things I worked on when I was on the council the first time. So I understand all of that, and I understand that we have to get this right, or it's really not going to be pretty for any of us. So, you know, again, my concern with the project is that they're not going to be cost overruns. So, you know, the manager just made a comment about prices of copper. So am I to assume that all of the piping is going to be copper and not PEX? You know what I mean? Those are like certain elements that, you know, where are those guarantees? And I would imagine that when they give us a little bit more detail, that's all going to have to be spelled out. So the no change orders, obviously that's critical as well, because we can't go back to the well. There's going to be no money to go back to if we put all of this money in. So that was my other concern. Obviously, we want to shore the house up. We want to make sure that the roof is on. We want to make sure that those other things. But I really don't want us to just sign a blank check. I want there to be some sort of perhaps meeting schedule for us as the process goes on, so that we can take a beat if things seem like they're not going the way that we want. I know that Connolly and Hickey is managing the process for us, but there has to be some oversight on the council's part. So I am going to vote yes on this, but I really feel there has to be some sort of a schedule set up so that the entire council, that's voting on this, and the entire council that's not voting on this, has input as the stages go on. So that's my comment this evening. Yes.
And Hache?
Yes.
Okay. Next one. Whereas the Village of Ridgewood received 3 bids for rebid exterior and interior rehabilitation Zabriskie Shedler House, 460 West Saddle River Road in the Village of Ridgewood on Thursday, August 1st, 2019 at 10:30 a.m. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the award of the work proposal items number A and C, including allowances and contingencies of rebid exterior and interior rehabilitation Zabriskie Shedler House, 460 West Saddle River Road inclusive, being is hereby awarded to the lowest responsible bidder, Deltec Inc., 930 New York Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $518,000. Be further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer has certified that funds are available in the following account numbers: C-04-55-9BN-056, C-04-55-9BR-110, C-04-55-9BT-186, C-04-55-9BX-202, and C-04-55-9BY-203. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Based on my last comments, my concern about the significant overruns and the fact that we just don't have a plan, my vote's no.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. All right, we'll go back to comments from the public, not to exceed 5 minutes per person.
I'm Dorothy Barthol,
Good evening.
323 Stevens Avenue in Ridgewood, and I'm here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Ridgewood, of which I am a director. I didn't quite understand the agenda. Comments from the public I thought were going to be on these motions before the vote, and so maybe I'm too late. But in any case, I will give you what our League's position. On May 8th, 2013, the League of Women Ridgewood presented its position regarding the preservation of the Zabriskie Shedler House to the then members of the council, and I'll reread that in part. The League of Women Voters of Ridgewood supports the initiative to save the abandoned wood-framed 1820s Dutch house located on the Shedler property from demolition, and asks the Ridgewood Mayor and Council to conduct an investigation to restore, preserve, and maintain the structure. The house, built by the Zabriskie family, one of the oldest in Bergen County, is deep-rooted in the history of the village It sits on historic property, the site of Revolutionary War skirmishes, and on property originally included in the old Paramus Church parsonage. The League supports the preservation of historic sites under the purview of the Ridgewood Historic Preservation Commission in order to preserve valued historical characteristics of the village of Ridgewood. The League of Ridgewood urges the Council to approve the contracts for Phase A and C restoration of the Zabriskis' Shedler House to preserve the exterior and remove asbestos before the hurricane and winter seasons are upon us. We realize that historic preservation is costly, no doubt about it, but so are delays in construction, as the gap between the estimates of 3 years ago and today's bid illustrate. That is why the League urges the Council to approve the contracts tonight so that we can start the renovation process of the Zabriskie Shedler House tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello again.
Phil Dolce. I can't thank you enough for what you did tonight. I've been in this for 10 years, and you have no idea what it is to be in it for 10 years and fight almost day to day, put tarps on, talk to people, etc. The mayor's comments on Shedler are well taken. We know that you want to be a steward of the people, and I really appreciate that. But we also ask you to take into consideration why these costs are so huge, which were pointed out. Yeah, they are huge. They were infinitely smaller when they took over the house. Why this is so important is not only to preserve the Shedler house, but to put a stunning rebuke to former officials who allowed this house to decay over 10 years. There was an article this week in the Ridgewood News by a former member of the Open Space Committee, which claimed that they studied for 10 to 15 years what to do with the house. 10 to 15 years. People didn't study World War II that long. And they came up with no use after 10 to 15 years of steady use. You know, this is an educated community. You read that, and if you're not infuriated with an idea like that, that's acceptable, that the cost overruns, where did they come from? They had no idea. And now that person who wrote that article said since the house is in such terrible shape, without ever explaining how it got into terrible shape, it should be destroyed. What I'm saying, in an educated community with a school system where we educate students in the right way to think, how can we get away with this? The importance of this decision is a stunning rebuke to former and current members of the village. They can't do this to any residents or to the village as a whole. Now, this restoration is important to the village, it's important to the state, but it's also important to this local community. The east side of Ridgewood has been neglected for years. Our community was destroyed. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're going to rebuild it around the Shedler house. I cannot thank you enough for what you have done tonight. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Denise Lima, 319 East Glen Ave. Sounds like Sloatsburg when they took the thruway and split the town, and I can feel the frustration up there, and it's kind of similar here. Congratulations for getting the certificate today. That's great. Great news, and thank you for passing the ordinance. I want to make sure that everybody knows I'm happy to do anything. I volunteer my time as much as possible. I don't want to be considered a Monday morning quarterback. I'm here to support and do whatever it takes to continue the restoration of the property. So just let me know. I'm always willing to help. I find it, I'll use the word fascinating, that we have a conversation about real estate signs and two little pieces and what's on top and how long. Yet we think that a bright orange facade downtown is not distracting. I just feel like our priorities are sideways. There's no orange in any historic colonial discussions. If you look at the National Historic Preservation, orange does not exist in their color wheel. So it's okay if it's an accent, and I get it, Jekyll and Hyde has accents, and orange peel has an accent, but to paint the entire facade a color that doesn't match, we're relying on you to uphold our policies, our variances, the historic preservation. We hired you to do that. And so we want to make sure that you continue to march down that path, because it's really important that we maintain what our community looks like and this look and feel. It's a lot of transformation. We get it. It's not easy. But I think sometimes we just have to say no to some of our businesses and stay within the historic preservation. So I know that's a tough conversation, but I appreciate it. And congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Russell Forenza, 228 Emmett Place, Ridgewood, New Jersey, 0745028032881. We live in a very liberal state, a very liberal county, and a very liberal Ridgewood, New Jersey, and we only have one fiscal conservative on this council. Pilots, payment in lieu of taxes. I've worked 25 years on pilots. Ridgewood does not need to give out any pilots to anyone in this town. If they can't afford it, and believe me, they can, all it is a tax break for whoever the builder is and wants to put the pilots in. Patterson needs them. It's the only way sometimes they can generate money, not Ridgewood. Keep the pilots out. Once you give them, everybody's going to be looking for them. And then how are you going to start turning them down? They'll go, oh, well, you gave this one a pilot, or you gave that one a pilot. Don't give out any pilots. They are unnecessary. Don't be Hoboken. You guys like to think you're Hoboken all the time. Forget about it. Sanctuary cities. Is this a sanctuary village? I'll give you an example. Supposing the Ridgewood Police Department took in an illegal immigrant and they found out he committed a murder. Would they keep him overnight here, or would he go to Bergen County, where he would be detained? If he went to Bergen County, he was detained for whatever his reason for being brought in, they would immediately release him to the street. And then you have a convicted murderer, not a convicted murderer, but a murderer on the street. This is in California with that Kate Steinle situation. Is Ridgewood like this also? Are we a sanctuary town? Will we allow people like this to roam the streets and just send them to the county and the county's going to release them because we got an attorney general in this state that is completely liberal with a governor that's completely liberal, and all they want to do is bring lawsuits against the country with our taxpayer money. We should stop taking things off the tax rolls. Every time we take stuff off the tax rolls, the BPO is example, whatever we paid for that, it's way too much money. The water department existed here. They can still exist here. They don't need these extra things. You're taking money away from the taxes of the residents, and we got to pay for that. The water in the water department is still terrible. It tastes terrible. I don't know what's going on with this water. It must be Hackensack water going all through the system. But whatever it is, it tastes terrible. I've been here since 1951, so I know what the water tastes like. And what I'm tasting today is terrible. We got to do something about this water and straighten it out. I don't know who's what or who's doing what or who's looking into it. I don't know if other people have the same ideas what they think of the water. But I'll tell you, when my father was here, the well water had to be 100 feet deep, and it was terrific tasting water. We've always had water restrictions in this town. Back in the 50s, my father had to, and all the people around had to dig wells in their yard to water their lawns. So this water situation has always been going on. It's still going on. We're still under restrictions, and people lose their lawns and everything else because we haven't got sufficient number of water. But yet we're going to put in all these new apartments in town and everything else that you're putting in. They all require water and everything else. How can you allow this when the restrictions are on the town and there's not enough water for everybody else, and you're allowing all this other building going on that's going to consume a lot of water? Where is the thinking in this? Who thinks around this town? Some planner comes up and gives you a deal, and maybe he's giving some money to some political person or into your campaign or whatever the case. I don't know what it is, but there's something going on that we shouldn't have all this water going to waste for all these other things that want to have water in the town when there's not enough for the current Ridgewood residents. Think about who's paying the taxes. We pay full taxes. Pilots, as you know, the municipality keeps most of the money in the pilot. The county gets nothing. I don't know if the school gets anything on that either. But anyway, they're not paying their full share. So remember that about pilots. They're not paying their full share. You're giving them a tax break. You're letting them off the hook. And that's what they're doing, and they're big developers, and they got a lot of money in their pockets. And they're going to sue you if they can't get the pilots. Remember that. They're going to fight. Now, I know there was an objection. I was away on vacation, but I know there was an objection that somebody talked about pilots the last time. I don't know where this stands with Ridgewood Vehicle with the pilots, but it should be turned down. They aren't needed at all. And again, 25 years working with pilots, and believe me, that's not the way to go. Patterson has to do that because Patterson is in need. Ridgewood is not in need. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close public comment. You want to?
Yeah, so that was a lot to digest in a very short amount of time.
In one breath, it was all one breath.
I think you definitely beat the clock. Yeah. So a couple of things. I think that request was made along with a request to designate the space as an area in need of redevelopment, but there's nothing, it's just a request. There's been no action. And in terms of the water and water restrictions and the developments downtown, those ordinances passed by a former council majority in 2016. They had their site plans and as of right at time of application to move forward with those developments. It was out of this council's hands a long time ago, but I do believe that the site plan resolutions of approval from the planning board dictate that the water availability has to be, maybe Matt wants to get the right terminology here, but there's a stipulation about water availability and as it connections and a CO. So I think are you familiar with that at all?
Well, I am in the sense that they can't build unless there is a determination that there is sufficient water available for it. So that was done quite some time ago.
And the CO is also at the time of that point that there's a determination about the water.
Well, the CO is a review after it's been built, and that takes place once they've been up and built.
So again, just I think that this council has been pretty clear all along, but these are applications that were as of right site plan applications in the spring of 2016. Before this council majority was even sworn in. So this predates all of us, or it doesn't predate all of us, but it's the actions of a previous council majority. Not much we could do about that. So.
Well, we fought tooth and nail against that and voted no on those ordinances and everything. Susan and I, the whole way through, and that was like the first 2 years we were on the council. So we tried as much as we could, but we were outvoted 3-2 at every turn. There's not much more we could do.
Yeah, I just want to add, because there were some comments about Ridgewood Water, and Ridgewood Water, sometimes I feel it's like everybody's favorite punching bag. The taste of the water today is much different than back in 1951, 61? 51. What's happened since then is that a lot more terrible things have make their way into a water supply, PFAS being one of them. And what's happened at the same time is that NJDEP has gotten a lot stricter on the maximum contaminant levels. So in order to kill those things, you have to put more stuff in the water, and unfortunately, it doesn't make the water taste any better. I remember New York City water. I want to drink it, bathe in it, everything in it. But I taste it today is much different than it was even 5 years ago. And that's just the way that things have been moving forward. The water restrictions, we went from summer water restrictions, which makes sense because at the peak of summer, water consumption goes up, swimming pools, people watering their lawns. We're now moved on to permanent water restrictions. People always question, well, with all this rain, how come we're still in water restrictions? Well, we have a groundwater system. If you look around you, we don't have any lakes or reservoirs in Ridgewood. So all the rain in the world, that's all runoff. So our aquifer is still running pretty low and still requires now for us to have the permanent 2-day-a-week watering restrictions. But there's a lot of money that's been invested in Ridgewood Water. Now in September, we have a number of wells coming back online. These wells take years to rehabilitate. But the quality of the water, as bad as you think it tastes, actually the quality of the water today from a contaminant standpoint, I don't think it's ever been better. But unfortunately, to treat that, it costs money and it changes the taste of the water.
I don't imagine that every water system is subject to the same rules and regulations, so obviously everybody is using the same chemicals to make certain that the water is clean of contaminants and safe and healthy for consumers, for people to drink. So I would imagine that same issue would, be everywhere. But actually, I like the water, so we drink all day long. All good.
I consume Ridgewood water. I eat in town almost every night. And I tell people, if you see me buying a bottle of water at a restaurant, be concerned. But I drink the water. I let my children drink it. I'm comfortable with it. So,
good.
With that, we'll take a resolution to go into closed session.
Be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on August 14th, 2019 at 8 o'clock p.m. or soon thereafter as a matter on the agenda can be reached. And that said closed session be held in the caucus room of the Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. And be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to legal matters to include Hudson Street Garage, surrounding property owners, and personnel matters to include Parks and Recreation. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec. And be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you.